Hi, welcome in. Yo, what up, Anxious? Welcome in, Plush Birds. Are we ready for the finale, question mark, of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney? I think we can get it done tonight. I believe we can get it done tonight. As I'm gonna get started really soon. Yo, Anxious, thank you for the 10 months at tier 1. Thank you. Thanks for the sub, man. Yeah, sorry. We'll get started soon. I'll talk for like a little bit, but I think we still have like 2 more cases to go, or 2 more like court sessions to go through. So, and I think we have before that we have some investigating to do. So we still got lots of game left, I think. But I think if I start soon, we can get it done. We can get it done. But anyways, how's everyone today? Did you guys buy anything cool? Did you guys buy any new cool new games lately? I made a bit of an impulse buy today. Fuck, I don't know why it does that. I have to wait, I know why it does that. There we go. Fuck. Remove items. Let me add it again. There we go. Yeah, I bought the silly Uma party game. It's on sale for like 70% off. It's like, so for me it was like $15, which from what I hear, if you don't buy this game now, it's not worth it. Because from what I hear, there's only like 4 or maybe 5 mini games. I think there's like a story mode, but it's like relatively bare bones. There's not a lot of content, and the asking price, the base asking price for this game is like $50, I think. But it's on sale because it's like the anniversary or something, so I got it for like $20. And you know, even if it does get kind of old quick, it still looks fun. So I think it'll be a fun game to mess around with a little bit. I think there's a couple people who also bought it in the Discord. So if you guys are watching, maybe we'll play this on stream at some point just to mess around, see what it's all about. I checked out the Steam reviews and it's mostly negative, which is not great. Or it's like somewhere in the middle. Yeah, mostly recent reviews, mostly positive. All reviews are mixed. So the mostly positives are because of the you know, the sale, I'm assuming. So it's like, so if you're Canadian, it's $18. If you're American, it's probably like $15. I would grab it now if it looks interesting, because yeah, the base asking price for this game is like $60, which is insane for a game that by the sounds of it only has 4 mini games. But I mean, what the heck? It looks cute. It looks fun. I'll probably mess around with it on stream at some point. So many So many free stuff on Game Pass. I really have to buy games unless it's Nintendo, of course. Yeah, unfortunately, those ones are the most expensive Nintendo games. That's fun. Yeah, $60. Yeah, that's crazy, right? And there's like, it doesn't sound like there's a lot to the game. There's like, yeah, there's a lot of characters. There's like, they already have DLC characters for the game. So I'm interested to see how much replayability the characters add. I said, fuck it, I might as well buy the DLC. It was only $5. You get a bunch of extra characters. But like, it doesn't sound like there's that many game modes, but maybe this game will, maybe they'll update it. Let me check and see. When did this come out? Yeah, this game just dropped. Like, it came out this year, so there is potential at some point that they'll add new stuff. So I wouldn't like give up hope just yet. I mean, the game just dropped. They'll probably add more stuff eventually. Just as of right now, the game's kind of bare bones. But I mean, fuck it. It's Uma. I like Uma. I've been playing Uma almost constantly recently, so I am the target audience if but I think for the average person, this is probably a skip. Only buy it if you're a big Uma stan, of course. Speaking of Uma though, there's been some really banger YouTube stuff on like Uma YouTube stuff. Some really funny stuff. So my YouTube recommends are full with Uma stuff now, which I'm okay with because I am pretty invested in the horse game. So at least if they're showing me things I actually care about, rather than, you know, if you click on one video from one other fan base that you only have interacted with like once, and then all of a sudden your YouTube feed is nothing but those things. Like I remember when I was like playing Moemon and like looking into Pokemon stuff, you click on one Pokemon video and all of a sudden to figure out how EVs work, EVs and IVs, and then suddenly, you know, your whole YouTube is full of competitive Pokemon stuff. Or did you know that this Pokemon game is actually really messed up? Or this Pokemon is broken. You should be using this strategy right now or you are stupid. Just how it goes. They're listening, man. You know, the big brother is listening, you know. It's like you're like how your phone is constantly listening to you. So if it hears you say certain words, it'll like next time you search through your phone, you'll get an ad for like this very specific item that Uncle Google heard you talk about. And Uncle Google is like, hey, did you know that this thing that interests you is on sale on Amazon right now for 30% off? It's crazy, man. I'm gonna get my tinfoil hat on soon. Start dodging all these feds. All the robots listening to my every conversation. Like I could only imagine what happens while I'm streaming, you know, because like I have my iPhone set up. Although the iPhone doesn't have a SIM card. The iPhone doesn't have a SIM card, so it's probably fine. But then again, I just have internet access. So maybe they can still hear me. Ah, the feds are listening. Ah. Where's my tinfoil hat? The aliens are listening. You're being watched for sure. I know there's that thing where like people like certain companies can see you through your webcam and stuff like that, which is also fucked up. Thank God I don't have a webcam set up. I don't have a webcam set up mostly because I'm horrified of that fringe scenario that is possible that can sometimes happen where, you know, you load into a new program or something and it's like it just loads up your webcam rather than your phone. Now with VTubing it's relatively safe because it has to go through an alternate program, so that's fine. Like that won't ever happen when I'm using my phone. But like yeah, it's just way too sketchy to have a webcam set up. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool that most of like most modern webcams have a cover on them now. That's pretty cool. Okay, I kind of want. Let's get started. I kind of want to get started. I've been. Don't want to waste my voice too much. But yeah, Uma Musume Pretty Derby Party Dash. Might play that next week. Might play some next week. I don't know. Or maybe I'll play some off. Maybe I'll play some off stream and see what it's about, and then. But yeah, especially if you guys also, if there are some people who are watching that also have it, we can, you know, maybe we can play it on stream. Bam. Okay, looks good. Let me turn this off. Yes, let's go. Let's get into it. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Wright, so, what's going on with this case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. Okay, that's good. They're recapping for us. Detective Bruce Goodman was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot, in the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's where we're gonna find out, or at least try to. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be of much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Okay, we're back here. Yeah, so what we know right now is that we figured out from the police, from the chief of police, that Bruce Goodman actually died at the police department. So something weird is going on here. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room, no biggie. Besides, my assessor would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Alright, yeah. So the person who committed the crime kicked over the barrel to wash away all the evidence. My sister, erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whenever there are blood on the floor or not. The water in that oil drum washed it away. Hehehe. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done these tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. Testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Oh my god, we got the 3D glasses on. To test for blood reactions, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it. Okay, let's find some blood stains. The 3DS. The capabilities of the 3DS. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a bloodstain? It's so... Ugh. Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Specifically, scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The bloodstain's location. Why, the bloodstain's location, of course. It's elementary. Huh? Why is that elementary? I mean, I would think that if there was a fight, you'd expect bloodstains there. I suppose you might think that. Come on, Mr. Wright, we're all counting on you. But if it's not the location, then maybe it's the amount of blood that's odd? I definitely think so. My mind is blown. Hi, Hyde, welcome in. We're doing pretty good. We're just getting started. I mean, look at all that blood in the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, they'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans where we found the bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Solution used for scientific investigation finds blood traces. Spray to use it. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit in the view with the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating crime now, doesn't it? I guess I should give this give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Oh, it's her again. Yeah, Emma is cute. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star. You can only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and the testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I don't like Angel. She make her leave. Yeah, I also don't like Angel. She gave us such a hard time in the trial last time. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And long before they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had my dream job when I became an investigator. If those prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Wait, was it... It was this one, right? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from the case. The murder weapon. I doubt it. I'll not make that joke I wanted to. It was due to transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? The no, right? I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were in the cough-up queen, right? We found this ID here in this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the crime scene? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Cough up, queen. Get it? Get it? Yes, I get it. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Yeah, Detective Gumshoe, right? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess he was talking about the cowboy. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to the case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy office can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I came to sell lunches in this accursed office. I came here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Starr's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. She's a floozy. Kind of seems, yeah, kind of seems that way. She's got a couple boyfriends. So, rookie, what? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Well, yes. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me back then, too. This would be when Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Can we spray more of this stuff? I feel like we can get more clues. Oh, maybe not. It's kind of she put her name on it. Remember how like in school your mom would put your name on your lunchbox so you wouldn't forget it? In case you lost it. Examine. Let's do a sweep here. Investigate any evidence, anything suspicious. I think that's it. I mean, surely Detective Marshall is at the police station, right? It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at the amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. I wonder who's stationed here. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? Sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's that cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Where is he though? No clues here. Looks like there's a video feed for the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out here. Excuse me. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big... I would like to think that just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. The security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know! A poochie! Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Anything else? Look at even the door is like, it's like the door of a saloon. This swinging door makes this place look like kind of a saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would totally fall over. Ouch. I'd say I'd be more of a yarg myself. I'm a bit more of a youch person myself. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay, so somebody's snoozing on the job. Officer Marshall is not here yet. Mom put my name on everything? Yeah, me too. Same. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that... One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, okay, so Detective Gumshoe is going to help us, not Detective, so I was right. Not Detective Marshall. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need the evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Oh, yeah. There was. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking ain't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Alright, let's go see. Who done it? Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder on the detective down at the police department. Yeah, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's office. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Still nobody here. What if we examine the door now? I think that's... Okay, we're Oh, wait, actually... Just checking, just checking. Okay, I don't think there's anything here for us. So if they died here... No, it was the wrong spot. Detention center? Oh yeah, I'm stupid. They said the detention center. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down the road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator again, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, was it this guy? Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Yeah, we met him before. No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't... Is he? Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrolman. With general affairs, sir. Ow, I can hear you just fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security office was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Wow, who would have saw that coming? With all the cowboy paraphernalia. Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. When I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Oh yeah, that's true. It was me. The white was cocaine. Wow, this first murder, now drugs. We have to get what's the crime division of the police that do with like drug paraphernalia and stuff? We need to get them involved too. Yet another similarity between this case and the one in the prosecutor's office. First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look down at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Yes, sir. If I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, then why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. ATF? DEA? Yeah, DEA. Narcotics, yeah. That's it, yeah. We gotta call them next. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there's nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell you the truth, sir, what happened is, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing I knew, you were... Huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? And then I looked down. I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can't you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Eek, I'm scared of knives, sir. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. It was an apple, sir. In my dream, sir. And I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Okay, I'll call the DEA and Hyde, you call narcotics. Yeah, good work, team. Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little bit deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Detective Goodman who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's word, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I woke, I was here. Right. They both show up and it's Spider-Man me. It's a good one. It's a classic, a certified hood classic. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that you were arrested? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim really was the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? It told me that I had to be him, sir. On that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the evidence tape is quite clear. The videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. And you wait until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. Really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Damn, was that so hard? What a pain in the ass. Oh, I guess I'm jumping the gun. Okay, here we are, yeah. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the chief of the detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely perfectly accurate. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage bags, coat pockets, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief of detectives looks a little flustered. Aha! Righto, my boy. How have you been? Swim much? Chief Gantz, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in court, right, Righto? Oh my god, front-facing karma. Hold on. Let me take a picture. It's so cursed. Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40 years career. But in court, you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. There being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed at 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive. I can't talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyways. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can find out, kind of discreetly ask him. Is there anything we want to show him? Either him or... Wait. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. Guy who can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. Oh, yeah, we go back to the police department. Is there still nobody here? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? Just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Huh? Oh yeah, we haven't checked Edgeworth office. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. No, 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 no. Anything sus in here, Edgeworth? No, okay. Um... Isn't obvious? We should begin with that, you know, the thing. The mystery of a victim, the mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in 2 places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see. We should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? Not being very useful, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Okay, so we are supposed to go here. Wait, what if we use... Wait, maybe we have to check stuff. Yo, a 3D steak? She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I had to check what additive she used. Go to town. Huh? It says here, hours of sweat and labor. So that's why the sauce is so salty. Ew. Wait. I just noticed. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Hmm? Looks like it's set up to trap somebody. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Big red button? There's definitely nothing here. Where's the game want us to go? So we have to find Gumshoe somewhere. I feel like there's more we have to... If we give him the steak. Any ideas? Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, he's in big trouble. There was that business with him not reading that office report. About the killing of the police department, right? The chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. You'll give that to Jake like I asked, won't you? You and Officer Marshall, you, are you going out? Okay, we have the steak. We need to lure him with the steak, right? Is there anything else we can click on? Need someone's permission. Yeah, but where is he? Anything else from you? Oh, wait. What about the phone? Yeah, see, I knew it. Yeah. There's more stuff for us to do here. This blood must be from when Lana. No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it? This just keeps getting worse. There's gotta be more stuff, right? What about the door handle? We found that. On the car itself. Did that do anything for us? We've already searched in here. There's nothing here. Did us finding that unlock anything? Okay, I'm stuck. Hold on. There's really nothing left in here to... They keep telling us to investigate the crime, but we can't get in. I think we need someone's permission to go in first. Wait. Hold on. It's gotta be something with Mr. Gant. We have to show him something, right? Oh yeah, maybe we show him the... Go find the guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. Okay. I'm just gonna look this up because I'm stuck. I don't know what else the game wants me to do. Hold on. Okay. I have a little bit of a lead. Apparently we missed something. Yeah, right here. How did I miss that? I could have swore I did that. Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room looks pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right on these spines. think that might be more painful than getting murdered. That's it? On God, that's it? Okay, that did nothing. Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took a... Oh, yeah, I'm stupid. Yeah, they're supposed to... They said that. They wanted you to talk to the other guy. Took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half completed. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that in the case. Okay. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, righto. Actually, I'm sorry, we don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And here you are, and for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. It looks pretty cool in my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go to the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on this girl. Yeah, let's get out of here. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is the security guard thinking? Howdy, partner. Well, that's what's made my Bambina's sky so gray. Officer Marshall? Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than the sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you staying there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Okay, but what about this, huh? That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. All right, Bambina, you win. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Bribery, bribing the police, let's go. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago. Well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire on the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway back to my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyway. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take the machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler in the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in the prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a proper game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what exactly happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead at 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with mistakes. Easiest ones to understand are these here, the security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of the tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard. What do you mean you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. thus the card reader at the door. Card reader leaves a record on every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card records. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? Haven't heard whether this is relative to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number in that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only a record of the solved cases in this room. They're kept here under presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vaults of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed. It's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to the SL9 2 days ago. Ah, that one was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 584-2189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID record card again. Yeah, it's on there. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? I entered the room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? He pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. Got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Who would we? Yeah, probably Detective Gumshoe, Officer Meekins, and then maybe Sky or Angel. Because she used to be a detective. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Detective Gumshoe. I want to be cool like Marshall. Me too, bro. Me too. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're the boss for the day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place here in the police department. Oh my god, hi, welcome in Phoenix Wrong. Welcome to chat. Welcome in. Officer Gumshoe is Blorbo? What does that mean? But hi, welcome in. This is crazy. So we've had Phoenix Right in the chat, and now we have Phoenix Wrong. We have Phoenix Wrong in the chat. That's crazy. After all, the murder took place here at the police department. Tumblr slang for favorite character in a franchise. Oh, okay. So one of my friends uses Tumblr a lot, and I think she taught me a couple other ones, like little meow meow and Tumblr sexy man, and probably some other ones I'm missing. I don't know. Blorbo's the only one I know. Oh, fair enough. You know, like Tumblr sexy man, that's like, it's like a phrase you use to describe those like usually really like tall and lanky, but like kind of insane, but also like edgy, but also like mysterious, but also like quirky. You know what I mean? But Tumblr sexy man is more of a general meme. Wait, I'm Tumblr sexy man. I'm so happy for you. I'm really happy for you. Glad you're able to find your real self right here in my chat. But if you're a boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant though. I'm going to take control of this. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Ha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. I think Detective Gumshoe is also my favorite character. Only you can open. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess it's what they call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about that case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card ever since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. He's just so clumsy. It's endearing. He's very hardworking, but he's very stupid. I think, isn't Detective Gumshoe like kind of like prime example of what people call a himbo? He's like a big stupid guy, but he's like, he always gets the job done. He's very friendly. He has a heart of gold. Isn't Detective Gumshoe like peak himbo? Now that I think about it. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand. Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor. And if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get shocked. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know how to use know about the fingerprint locks. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Just show him something. It's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. Always forget my number, too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the word coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. I really enjoyed the Apollo Justice or whatever the new game is called. I have played this game before, but it's been like 10 plus years, so it's kind of cool because it feels like because it feels new because it's been so long since I played it originally. So like I'm actually like genuinely surprised when things happen. I think I've played this one, and I think I've played the second one. I'm not sure if I've played the third one, but I haven't touched the newer games at all, like the Apollo Justice, like the spin-off games. I've pretty much only touched the original series. So those games are good then? Would you recommend them? As somebody who likes the originals. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was the man to be feared. But why would evidence from the case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case. Highly recommend the sequel, though. Highly recommend the sequel, yeah. So is Apollo Justice the sequel to the Phoenix Wright series? Like, is Apollo Justice the sequel to Phoenix Wright? Is it a sequel or is it a prequel? Because it seems like it follows entirely different characters, but so I wasn't sure if it was like an alternate universe kind of thing or if it was a sequel or a prequel. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violence? So it was a murder? A serial killing? A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. Apollo works with Phoenix after he's retired. Oh, okay, that's cool. Can't tell you any more about it because it's spoilers, but it's really good. Okay, cool. I mean, so I'm playing this on the... I have the Phoenix Wright trilogy, but the Steam version, but I think it's only the original 3 games, right? Yeah, I think you only get the original series. But I think Apollo Justice is also on Steam, right? Apollo. Yeah, it is. Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney trilogy. Okay, so there's a trilogy for the Apollo series as well. Okay, well I'm definitely putting that on my my wish list. Yeah, but it's $50. It's definitely... I'm definitely not gonna buy it at that price, that's for sure. Yeah, for me it's 70. So I'm in Canada, so for me that's like a $70 game. That's crazy. Like the original trilogy is only 50. Like the one that I'm playing right now. But I mean, still, it is a Capcom game. I'm sure it'll go on sale at some point. I feel like Capcom does pretty frequent sales, so I'll probably pick it up at some point. That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumors about forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Whoa. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright! What if there are other blood stains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. That ain't a switchblade, that's a gravity knife. Actually, never mind, not sure. Here, we can have a look. So, alright, so don't confirm or deny, but I have a theory with this, and the reason why. So not only Sky, but also Officer Meekins have wounds on their hands. I think it's because of this knife, and the reason why they have the cuts on their hand is because they like tried to open the knife and they were like holding it the wrong way or something, and the knife like opened on their hand or something. Is my guess. Oh, don't worry, I don't remember the story either. Okay. That's good, that's good. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me when they come and take me away. I promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pal? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down. Jot it down in the notes. I'm counting on you guys, believe me. You can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Is there paint everywhere? That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I think that's it. There's an open locker here. Look, this one's open. And the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken all the contents already. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here? In the evidence room? No way. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, our security is high tech around here. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make this many pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, trying to make me be out to see some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from The Case. The Case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of the SL9 incident. I wonder which shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try and put it back together? Ha, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Aw, no way. Aw, hell no. You don't make me... Wait, it's fine, it's fine. We were just playing Banjo-Kazooie. We got this. We're great at solving puzzles. And by great, I mean dog shit. Oh, you can rotate them. It's definitely this one, right? Easy? It's this one, right? Yeah. There's blood on it. Bro, I can't even see that. Hold on. But the reason I said that was because for a second I didn't notice the switch on there. Gravity knife is basically a switch blade, but the way it opens and closes is with gravity, and the switch is to lock the blade in place rather than to open and close. And if I recall correctly, it's legal. It's legal in most places where switchblades aren't. It's legal in most places where switchblades aren't in the US. Yeah, like I know in Canada we have pretty strict knife rules as well. Like I think, like you can carry around a knife, but it has to be. The blade has to be like within a certain size, otherwise it's illegal. Like even like a pocket knife, I think. Like if your blade is is beyond a certain length, then it's illegal. Well, I think we did it, but some pieces are still missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Jar pieced together from fragments found in the crime scene. A piece is missing. It also looks like it has blood on it. Let me spray this again. Anything else? So that would explain why the blood is there, because there was also blood on the vase. I think that's it. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to solving the case out on the Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, this feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's the bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by the cover. You gotta take a look at their heart. Wow, looks like this big pile of junk in the corner. A car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Wait, what's this? There's something sticking out here. Looks like a shirt, I guess. Maybe evidence for a case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go again, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck for some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too. Bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Why are we roasting him so hard? God damn. Why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. Is Edgeworth back? No. Oh, he's not here. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah. We have to show this thing to Detective Gumshoe because he can get in here too. If I recall correctly, the reason switchblades are illegal in a lot of places in the US is because of how quickly they can be used to hurt someone, closed, then put away, which is also the same logic they use for butterfly knives, which is one of my hobbies and the reason I know all about this. I know this enough about knives. But butterfly knives need a lot more skill, dexterity, and knowledge than other knives to even open it without hurting yourself. Yeah, I mean that's true, but I guess at the end of the day, it's like if the knife is big enough to hurt somebody, then it's, you know, probably good enough. You know, it's probably illegal. But then again, like But the logic is weird, right? Because like if you wanted to, you could hurt somebody with a lot of things that aren't illegal, right? It's just kind of, you know, a knife, like a butterfly knife is like made to hurt people. Or like a switchblade. A switchblade is made to hurt people. Whereas, yeah, butterfly knives are more of like a hobby thing. They're a bit more of like, you know. Butterfly knives are made to be fancy and do tricks. Yeah, it's more of like a hobby. But I guess it just depends on how big the knife is. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in. Whoa! That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? Second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Oh boy, here we go. Why would Edgeworth have to come in the evidence room? Okay, well, I think we know who we have to go talk to now. I wonder if he'll be at his office. He's not. Wait, what if I... Oh wait, no, that was the wrong thing. This. Okay, never mind. He's still not here. Which means... maybe I missed the dialogue option. Is there anything else I can show this to? Let me have a look at this again. So second number is Edgeworth's. Fourth number is Goodman's. Oh! It just hit me. We haven't shown it to Officer Meekins. Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? Oh, okay, I guess that's not it. Only to be submitted to the Chief of Police. Anything else I can show Officer Marshall? This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony, but there was a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the blue badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful. I toiled night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Why would Edgeworth have came into the evidence room? ID 59. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Actually, hold on. I knew it. I missed something. Most butterfly knives I've handled have blades around 4-6 centimeters long, which is theoretically enough to hurt someone, but most of the time knives around that length are more utility than anything. Yeah, exactly. It's like most people, I think that's the main thing that they look at in terms of like which knives should be legal, because I think their logic is if a knife is a certain length, like if a knife is long enough to like reach to where you'd be able to like stab somebody and hit like an artery or something, then that would be bad. Or like their heart or something. But yeah, like if that were the case, then like the knives that you have in your kitchen would be, deemed illegal, because then there's just it's weird. It's kind of weird how the whole law works like that. I mean, you can do that with a knife that's like 2 centimeters long. Yeah. I don't know, man. It makes no sense. He's hiding something? Do you mean Detective Gumshoe, or do you mean Mr. Edgeworth? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. Phoenix Wrong, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Grimmers. Welcome in. What's this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where did you get that, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. It might help, Report? You mean that note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Edgy boy. I already beat one of the stories in the Uma Musume game. Oh, you mean the story mode? Did you get one of the SSR cards? Because there's 3 of them now. There's the McQueen one, there's the Rice Shower one, and then we recently got the winning ticket one. At the end of each of those stories, you get a bunch of carrots, and you also get an SSR card. Though I'll be honest with you, the only good one is the McQueen one. The other 2 are pretty bad. No, the Steam game. Oh, you've tried it. How are you liking it? Is it fun? I haven't tried it yet. But I was talking about it a little bit before stream. Or yeah, before I started playing. Yeah, tell me about it. What the heck? It's this guy. You guys remember this guy? Ah, guests. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere before? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing in the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening up near here. I think he's trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. That's so funny. It's pretty good. There are only like 5 game types, but for what it is, it's pretty fun. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's definitely not worth the full asking price. Like the fact that they're charging like how much was the game base price? Let me open it up again. Yeah, $80. Wait, no, $60. That I was looking at the bundle, but still $60. So for the US, that's probably like $50. So like $50 for a game that has like 5 mini games is kind of insane. But I mean, 70% off, you know, it looks fun. I like Uma. I'm gonna mess around with it at some point. Maybe next week if I mean, especially if we have like enough people to play with us. Or maybe I'll just do the story mode. I don't know. I'll probably check it out soon. Fuck no, I wouldn't buy it for that price. Absolutely not. Like initially, like when the first game dropped, when the game first dropped, it had like I think it was like a 30%, like a 20 to 30% discount. I'm like, that's not enough. That's not enough. No way. 70% though, plus all the DLC. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll do it. The cool thing is it has a lot of horse girls and they'll have stats and skills. That is cool. That's the part I'm most interested in, and to see how like all the characters play differently. So even though there's not that many games that like adds somewhat of replay value, right? Because you want to try different characters, see which one's your favorite. And like I said before, the game is pretty new, so maybe eventually they'll add some. I'm sure eventually they'll add some new stuff, especially if the game does well. I think they'll be incentivized to add some more stuff, more characters, more mini games and stuff. You know, one can hope. One can hope. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Goldchip has her own minigame / story because of course she does. I mean, she was on the like I liked the little trailer, with Goldchi and the commentator lady. It was cute. It's like one of my friends keeps saying that Goldchi is like the Bart Simpson of Uma Musume. She's like the fan favorite character. You know, she's on every piece of paraphernalia. You know, everyone loves her. But it's true. She really is a fan favorite. I like Goldchi. I feel like some people are being like contrarian. They're like, oh, Goldchi is too mainstream. Like everyone likes Goldchi. So I'm gonna not like Goldchi. Because I'm a hipster. Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave me control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department. She's a fucking gremlin. I mean, yeah, she really is, yeah. She's a creature of chaos. Yes, any further investigations for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you? Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him so out of sorts. I'll show him this. Oh right, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why? Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with the case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're a man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in a case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I use slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murder. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win the trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated to be for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files with everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Yeah, it's a good point. Why aren't you giving this to the police? Why are you giving this to the police? Well, let's get going. Our last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Suspicious handprint. It was at the... It was here, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Hearing this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Wait, is he being nice? Something's wrong here. He's just a tsundere. We're secretly besties. He's just a little rough around the edges. Get it? Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. It's the brightest one. It's this one, right? Okay, now it's time to check the prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get the sparkle in her eyes again. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How'd you do that? With enter, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? Yeah, I'm not playing on a Nintendo DS. I don't have the microphone. With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing up the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to though. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. These are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Oh no, it's not what I meant. Am I pressing the right button? This is weird. Oh, wrong finger? Oh yeah, it's probably the thumb, right? This is so weird. Oh. But okay, I did have it right. Seems like there are fingerprints. That's okay, so I did have it right there. I just had to... Oh, right here. I have to do this. Oh, I just had to... I had to cover up more. There we go. Yay! Print's so clear, it's dazzling. Let's figure out who it is. Who do you guys think it is? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite the process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint, not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess he's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point to the person you think these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it is? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with the case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this locker? It's Detective Gumshoe, of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it's him. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me the so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay. So we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's this one. Wait. Wait, was it this one? So the person who took this knife had to have been Detective Gumshoe. But why was it wrapped in the scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? It was always my dream to push through the crowd and just step over the tape. So it's a little daunting to encounter it again so soon. So it's not this one. There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? Check for prints. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. The area with the blood was wiped away, right? So we only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in the area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Oh, it'd be here, right? Be like here, right? No, this doesn't work. What if there are other bloodstains left in the room? Oh, it would be down here, right? Check for prints. Gumshoe is guilty. It's him. He's the killer. We only ended up finding using chemical means. Any prints in the area will have been wiped away. We must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Oh my god. Check for prints. There's like nothing here. Why would they zoom in on this if there wasn't anything here? It wasn't this one. What if there are other bloodstains left in the room? Let's use this thing again. Oh, wait a second. There was one other place that had a handprint. It was right here. Do I have to spray it again? Or not? Okay, well there goes my idea. No one's here. Examining that doesn't do anything. What did this say? That's blood. But the fingerprints? There's a handprint here. What if there are other bloodstains left in the room? It seems like they're trying to tell me there's more. Oh, actually, we didn't check this. I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. What's so confusing about that? Don't you know how many words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, flag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? I guess we didn't look at everything. Hey, look. They're hard to make out, but there are some dark stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Okay, there's nothing about this. The screwdriver. Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edward said. That makes it seem all more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be a clue. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm so confused. Like, hold on. Apparently, hold on. It's gotta be. It has to be this, right? Because this has happened before, where I just didn't. I just happened to miss like the one little spot. Oh, really? Okay, right there. We found it. Sorry, I just didn't click in the right spot. My bad. Okay, well that's easy enough. Does it let you use the dust there? It does, yeah. I had to find the right spot. There we go. Oh. It was Jake. It's the cowboy. Why does he have a... Why is he... Oh, this must be his locker then, right? Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Marshall? Found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood on the fingerprints are in the same spot. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. That is sus. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Is Marshall our guy? Also, hi Coco. Sorry, I get all you pink names messed up. Please excuse me. if you have if you have the same color username as another chatter, you guys are like the same person. I'm sorry, say whatever you want. Call me racist or whatever. I'm sorry. I just don't have the attention span to separate you guys, but it's easier on my streamer brain to sort you guys by color. Wow, that sounds awful. You know what? Never mind. Just I think I'm gonna cut this part out of the VOD. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is just as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I had told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me. Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as you are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. It was the fucking cowboy the whole time. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lena Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. And that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? An admirable trait? Very well. Let the trial begin. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh, it's Officer Meekins, right? Things are getting wild from the get-go. Yeah, it's him. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like... Sir, I'm what you call a part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose action adult couldn't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edwards, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir? Give us a report on the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security camera and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. He did it. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and the colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Suspicious man. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during the second time then? Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man inside the security office. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked so surprised. He looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's what I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you'd kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. So you took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then The next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in the face, sir. Oh, what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how was I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the office that woke up the witness, it was 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the office before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. This is what he was telling us yesterday. Well, we need to ask and skim for more details from him. For starters, what was an officer from General Affairs Department doing in there in the first place? Let's press him for all he's worth. Let's keep... Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now that's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony was finished that day, there was so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. And tell us, what did you see when you got there? Hi, am I late? You're... a little bit. I mean, we're 3 hours in, but we basically just started the... We're basically right at the start of the trial. So you showed up at a pretty good part. Welcome in, Navi. What's up, bro? Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer arrested truly the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered to me just this morning, sir. The chief? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and I was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. I was in a physical confrontation with a demon. I was there. Oh, I see. Of course. Well, welcome in. Glad. Did you win? Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? It's him. It's the murderer. No, he beat my ass. I love murder. Okay, that's the detective. Okay, there's the glove. There's Officer Meekins. Oh, of course it looks away. It's kind of scary, isn't it? Okay. Oh, and now the thing's in there. Wait, so I bet, so that first locker, it must be his then. Detective, the guy who got killed. And because you saw at the end there, that piece of cloth was sticking out of the locker, right? That was probably his coat because he got it all bloody and stuff, right? So he got blood on his coat, and he wanted to hide the evidence, so he shoved his coat inside his locker. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going so smoothly? Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. In the evidence room of, Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Isn't that right, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do it. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim of the crime scene would have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. Everything begins with the contradictions. That's where I have to start. Meekins, no. Bitch, if you don't get that gosh darn megaphone in my goddamn courtroom, I'm gonna tape your asses. It's so annoying, bro. This is such an annoying character. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. There's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? We never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stances as disturbing or... Meekins! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished the knife at you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. He opened the locker that belonged to him. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person who the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic trouble, sir. For the records, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Gumshoe. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can only testify to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check it out. Let's check out the court record again. Is there a problem with security video? There is a problem. There's only one thing in particular that seems rather strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out the problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You could do it, Mr. Wright. Let's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Let me just do this real quick. Is this still the case with the lead prosecutor murdering that one guy? No, that was the last one. That was oh wait, no, yeah. It's Detective or Prosecutor Sky, who is the lead detective. The older sister of the Emma, the girl that's been following us. Yeah, it's the same case. It's just been a fucking doozy. They weren't kidding when they said this was the biggest case. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction that indicates the man? Yeah, see? Because you guys remember at the end, there was a piece of cloth sticking out. That's our contradiction. Look at bro. Okay. Got your ass. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Hmm? Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. What are you looking for? What are you looking for in one thing and one thing only? Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Wait, did I not? I'll place him on arrest, sir. Wait, was that not it? I had to have, like... I was like... I had to have been, like, 1 pixel off or something. This is bullshit. He missed... Like, is this not it? What? How is that not... Is it the lock? Do I have to click on the locker itself? Like, Grim, can you play the video again? Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to. How is that not a... Like, there's... Wait, unless... Unless... Hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Okay, I guess I have the wrong idea. It's not the cloth that's mysteriously sticking out of the locker. For some reason, that's not a contradiction. That's just like a normal thing that happens. Is it the glove? Bro, I know it's the cloth. It's just like I'm on the wrong frame or something. It's so stupid. They're doing too much with this shit, man. It's not the glove. His shoulder is bloody? Okay, that lines up. It just replays. That looks normal. Wait, is the contra... It might be the bloody shoulder. It's... Okay, I'm just gonna cheat. I'm cheating. Because it's crazy that's not a contradiction. Or maybe I'm jumping the gun. But it's not. Well, I mean, we don't take damage for this, thank goodness. The locker is lit, which means that it's open. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand, the locker apparatus works like this. Yeah, it was already open. Okay, so the fucking cloth was a scapegoat. No, I totally missed it too. I was looking at the cloth and I'm like, that's gotta be it, right? When you grab the handle, a sensor reads the fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the locker is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Are you gonna make me watch it again? Wait, I also hate the Blue Badgers theme. It's like the fucking, it's one of those those musics that play during like those spooky ROM hacks. Like, ooh, I turned on my Game Boy and like all I heard was the Lavender Town music. Ooh, it was so spooky. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. It's lit, Your Honor. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order, order! What's the meaning of this? It's very shrimple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, the sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well. It just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see... What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Oh, it was the glove. So like we were laser focused on we were jumping the gun. It's the light. And then he was holding the door open with the glove. He was jamming the locker with the glove. But I know that piece of cloth is going to also be important. Edgeworth looking at Wright like, yes, thank goodness you finally saw that. Bro, shut up. I had the right idea. Fucking backseaters. Something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please show us the thing again. Mr. Wright, roll that shit back, please. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Mr. Wright, correct that shit up, please. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out of doors when opened. They often fall out and roll great distances. We can't be sure. That item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 or 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol car, sir. Instead of the door closing. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. It was a rubber glove. Yes, an insulator. But at the time of the crime, there just might have been something that fits that description. But sir, an insulator? You don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck at the locker door? It was the rubber glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was stuck inside the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The light lamp asserts this too. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. I mean, it is still very well could have been Goodman. It's still possible, but we're basically trying to like buy time. But we also can't rule out entirely that it's not him. That it is him. There's one thing that proves that that man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Who's the one that's full sevens? That's the one I'm wondering. It has to be what's his name? Marshall, right? Because we still don't know the mystery as to why his bloody handprint was on the locker, right? The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so many people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand up on end. Me too, although it doesn't really make that much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let's move on to the cross-examination. Oh man, we're almost at 4 hours. Yeah, there's definitely going to be one more stream. Because we still have another day of cases, I think. There's one thing that proves one must use their ID cards. Is that card hanging from the neck of one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it there so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 or 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of the door? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. Can't wait for the twist where it's actually my neighbor's cat that killed the victim. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from the contradictions. Let's point them out. I'm confused. The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, just show them what we've got. Yeah, because we found the ID card at the prosecutor's office. He entered at 5:14. Victim died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. A little save real quick. One must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. No, that's not what I meant. Yeah, we have the card. Only one moment, Officer Beacons. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important to fill out his report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be the ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in then the murderer in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content in pointing your finger around. This isn't gonna end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. He did the thing, he did the nuh-uh. Von Karma, like, actually did the nuh-uh. It was crazy. Also, I took a picture, I took a screenshot of front-facing Von Karma just so I have it to jump scare people. Let me make sure I save that. Hold on. That'll be very important for later. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place in one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lena Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness? Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I see where he's getting at, yeah. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lena... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? We object. Of course. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what I've just proven. What you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. It's true, it panned to the left extremely conveniently. Dedge. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name. before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would like to testify. What is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edward know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We should need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witnesses is subpoenaed. What does that mean? You just made that word up. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Subpoena? What does that mean? Court is now in recess. Recess, yay! Soup. I had soup today. Shoutouts to soup. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. Haven't figured anything out. Lana. You're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything, so why don't you tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey! Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. Oh ho 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 ho! You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killings, solved 2 years ago. Take from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now you've got brought... Then I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name here? What? My name's in there. I don't know, unless... Yo, Gumshoe, please. We love Gumshoe. No, it couldn't be. Lana, this is the SL Simpsons incident. Is that? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago. The rest of the world knew it was. knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No. No, Lana. That's over with. No. Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth? Not to mention Lena and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Okay, and with that, there's just about to be an ad break. My water's empty. I'm gonna go take a piss break. And to refill my water, I will be right back. Also, that point that you made there, Emma, did you just read Wright's mind? That's happened a couple times, which it just makes the uncanny resemblance between Emma and Maya even more strange. And Phoenix has also said that Lana also feels kind of sounds a lot like Mia as well. And we've already discussed that they went to school together. So it like everything always ties together in some way. It always comes back to Mia. I better take a good look at this file. What flavor of Maya do you want? Scientific investigator Maya or spirit medium? Spirit medium Maya? Maya but older? Or dead Maya? Or ghost Maya? Which Maya are you today? The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Elena Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of the evidence room on the day of the crime. Definitely dead. Yo, same. Us. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly across intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Bro, just fucking testify already. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony for the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Oh, I'm not out of ammo, compadre. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the security lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. I'm gonna fucking kill him. But that ain't my style. Whatever do you mean, sir? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police department. The police force. Yeah, like, for real. Like, why are you a police officer, bro? So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. Haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Yeah, legit. Whose man's is this? Who hired this clown? Used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a goldmine evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprints locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. Couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what happened, what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vangor sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, Did you not want to raise this here? Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I think I have a trump card on my sleeve, so I'd better keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. I didn't press him on this. How exactly did you keep an eye on the record room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I just took a caretaker and interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos at nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased the tape, it felt like I was erasing part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? I already read that. If you don't have any ammo, it's time to hit the trail. So I can't... I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. So I think that's telling me I have to use something else. Hold on. The room's protected by 2 security systems. Right, that's the locker room. Wait. Files for the... I actually didn't read this. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Serial murder, sentence death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witness Lena Skye, Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators Damon Gant, Lena Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. So we know that he was involved. Let me press him on this again. I returned from dinner. Rejection or something. I don't know. I'm wrong. Welcome back, Phoenix Wrong. I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. Phoenix Wrong. You missed it. It was like a whole thing. So before, like, someone came in here named Phoenix Wright with like slightly different spelling because somebody else had already taken the username. And then now we have Phoenix Wrong. Where's we need to have somebody come in named like Phoenix Correct. Phoenix I don't know. Phoenix Incorrect. And the funny thing is, I'm literally Phoenix. You're literally Phoenix Wrong. Let me read everything first. Okay, there's nothing about that. Or is it, if you plan to pin me to this crime, you'd better, otherwise you just waste my time. A steel horse waiting for me. The witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Let me save. It says he's telling me I should save my trump card, but what we have We have one thing that pins him to the crime. It's the... It's the handprint. Found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print has been wiped. And we know that this is Jake Marshall's. Video from the security camera placed... Do we show the security video? Let me save. No, just Phoenix. It's my middle name. Oh, okay. Okay, I get you. That's funny. It can't be that, right? Okay, no, it's not it. Do I really just have to bust out the trump cards? But Phoenix is telling me to hold on to it. Bro, why is he telling me to hold on to it? I just have to hit him with it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is. Make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. I know like 4 other Phoenixes IRL, so I don't think it's that personally unidentifiable. Yeah, no worries, just don't. Just leave it at that, you know. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly reveals this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on their shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. This is gonna be fucking rich. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the lock where my fingerprints must have been. Was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. What? Okay, buddy. The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. One of them just happened to be at the same place. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Was it mine? It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The murderer trusts the lock where my fingerprints was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated? They're as different as a night and day. If I want to be, and this is an actual example my mother gave when she explained it to me, a lawyer or something to be a generic ass first name. No way, no way. There's no way. There's no way. That sounds made up. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other is a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see how homonyms have to do with it. What homonyms have to do with this? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain on the scene, though to the left, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. All right, I think we tried that one. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Can't let him squirm out of this one. Got to find something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Wait, I just noticed. The blue badger also has a handprint on his he has a handprint on his face. That is not the only logical conclusion. Let me read this. Loss of blood from chest wound. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. Single stab wound was found. Missing. That's because how did you put it, pay your respects for the month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was detective. The locker I still use. It's all that's in there that now is just a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over the locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it. Oh, found on a bloody handprint. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? And then I tried to tell her Phoenix is the name of a famous fictional lawyer, and she said it's not a very professional name. come on. What kind of name is a lawyer supposed to have? Like, what's a professional name? That's such a boomer thing to say. Like what is a professional name for a lawyer? Like something very plain, like like Jameson, or I don't know, something very normal. Nah, bro, he just happened to put his hand on where my fingerprint was, I swear. There's a super successful lawyer in my area named Morris. That is a very lawyer name. Like when I hear the name Morris, I think of like, yeah, you're probably like a lawyer, you're some kind of suit, right? You're like you burn down puppy farms to make the shopping malls, that kind of thing. Like Saturday morning cartoon villain type things. The seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully when you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. If you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. We know what it is. Very well. Allow me to point out our mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Okay, you right, I'll save. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Okay, this is going to be the one we were talking about before. The piece of cloth. Because the piece of cloth is sticking out of his locker, which we've already discussed can only be opened by said person. Bring our attention back to the security camera. Is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. There's this his billboards don't even say his name or the name of his firm because everyone knows him. They just say, if you know, you know. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. They could have sped this up. Come on. It's not there. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah, I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. It's only the assigned victim's print can unlock it. Indicator lightly. Yeah, it's this, right? Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. No way, it's almost like we've shown this to you already, Your Honor. The fucking... He's such a dumbass. The judge is such a bell polisher. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Oh, owned. Only got 1 word for you, partner. No. Order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. Oh, I thought he was gonna die and pull out a 9mm. Perish, Phoenix Wright. Fucking starts blasting. That would be crazy. But Capcom couldn't get away with that, surely. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has the answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was right here. Officer Marshall was standing right here! So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. I'm stupid. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? If he didn't see him, was it here? It could have been this corner, right? Because the camera seems to, like, couldn't he have stood like under the camera? I don't know. I need to save. I'm gonna die. You have to think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekin should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been... Wait, could it have been here? Because I don't think the camera reached this far, right? I'm actually grasping at straws at this point. No, I'm cooked. But hold on, they're not. Let me look at the video again. Wait. It's the... Hold on. It's behind the badger, isn't it? Yeah, it's that corner, right? But I've already picked this, didn't I? Okay, let me just do this. I'm pretty sure I've already picked this spot. This is like here, but we could clearly see this from the camera, so it has to be like here in the corner. Okay, am I stupid? Do you guys feel free to weigh in on this? I think I'm missing something. I've already picked this. Should think a little more. Officer Meekin should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be... I've already picked the killer. There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Oh. Wait. Yeah, oh, I was getting it confused. Yeah, I was getting it confused. I thought that the victim in this scene was the officer, the Meekins. But we're trying to... Yeah, okay. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. We entered the evidence room and I asked him to show his card, sir. Then he pulled a knife on him. So if he dies, his evil twin can swab it. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on this ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite the imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I cared for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try looking outside the box. I should look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Look for evidence that came about because he was disguised. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? Whose side is Edward on? I can't even tell. It's like, it's weird, right? Because he's the prosecutor, so it's like it's his job to oppose us. But also, like, we've also seen in the past that he also cares about justice, like, in the sense that, like, the people who, like, he always wants to get to the bottom of things. So it's like, it's kind of like tough love, I guess. Like, it's his job to, like, poke holes in our testimony, but in the sense, that's also what helps us and what gets us to figure things out, right? So it's like, we're like rivals. We can see each other as rivals, and like we go way back too, right? Because Edgeworth and Phoenix went to school together, right? So it's like we're actually besties. It's just like he's also our rival. There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. I think I know the reason why. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I think I know why. He's the I hate you with every fiber of my being type bestie? Yeah. It's like, you know, you have that friend that is like always questioning you, always fighting you on everything. But they only do that because they want you to improve. They want you to see the error of your ways. Very well, let us take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness... It's because of the stab wound. It's because he got blood on it. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yeah. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. The blood, yeah. It's all coming together, baby. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. Seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. He's talking about the SL9 case. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor in the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood to be such a small donation. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years has passed since that case was closed. It was going to be completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it for myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID, dressed like him, planned out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was Goodman started. So that was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the door on the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. It means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for more than 5 minutes. Didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins, certainly a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID card. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to that knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and? There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long. I didn't think it would make a difference though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat to the struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder at the room in 515. But the blood found at the scene particularly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? Injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven a simple act. It can't be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are even a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer that I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget about the SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there is something that still bothers me. Something went down on that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that evidence? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. I mean, his evidence from the past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Officer Gant. It's the files, right? Because he was part of it. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 case file right here. The name Marshall is mentioned here. In the list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Oh shit, I totally missed that part. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Is that his dad? Or maybe a brother or something? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Awards. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute that killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his solution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, that mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time at the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder at the prosecution office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed that crime. Chief Prosecutor Lena Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lena Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder of the security tape really, it was fake. But I didn't realize. What would end up proving? That would end up proving Lena guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hit him. Hold it. It's Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright. Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In that... Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the name of both Sky's sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Detective Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, it would be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and took a look at it. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Emma, where have you been this entire trial? Well, now we know. She was over at the police department checking the prints again. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't figure something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lena, it's you. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lena will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong? What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I mean, we have to object, right? This handprint left on the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intensely at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn out here? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood marks. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all the evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. Which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans? They did say we had to think outside the box. And the blue badger was in that room the whole time. And if you look at his face, he also has a handprint on him. I hate... It's him, right? Let me just make sure I saved. I'm pretty sure I saved. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Yeah, I knew that. Well, what? That's right. As long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint on that spot in the locker. He is the defender of truth. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it couldn't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my case. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on the tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, it was, yeah, because there was that big blood splatter on the floor. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept this absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape was proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place on that evidence room. That's right. The blood marks on the locker proves that. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. It's the... It's this, right? Because there's one number that's not reported. Or we don't know who it belongs to. It's this one, right? It has to be. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you'd have the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear that with the luminol test that blood was here. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the room. Let's look at the chart again. Yeah, there's one more number. Who's that? Who's the first number? There's only one other card number remaining. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is this 777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I am unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such personal identity. Oh, that's rather convenient, isn't it? But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? What if it's Elena? Are we cooked? We might be cooked, but I have a feeling I know who it is. I have a feeling I know who it actually is. An official charge? You're all lag, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how a prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lena? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777. Yeah, so we know it's not her. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I asked. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh god, we have to examine her now? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution of that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lena. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you didn't? Say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lena, even if it involved forging evidence. Stop flashbanging me. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! This is a big upset. Lena's remark caused the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion would have to wait till the following day. Well, we know at least that it wasn't Lena who. We know that it wasn't Lena who entered the security room. Cliffhanger. You know how it is. We're almost at, bro, these trials are crazy long. Holy shit, they were not kidding. We're almost at 6 hours. I'm fucking starving, bro. But you know the drill. We gotta wait till next week because I gotta eat food. Yeah, I'm starving for justice, brother. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait till next week. Man, what a cliffhanger it was, too. This. I've been running on 2 hours of sleep. That I woke up from 14 hours ago. So I feel you, brother. Damn, you should definitely get some sleep. I've definitely been there though. There we go. My models was not calibrated correctly. Yo, same. No, I want to meet some shadow demons. Well, suit yourself, I guess. Wow, let's take it all in though. Holy. So we know. So we know Jack Marshall was not the killer. And we have to figure out who this last person was, this 777. Jokes aside, I should generally am kind of crazy, going crazy for that. So you should definitely. Sleep is the solution. I didn't like Marshall at first. I'm glad he changed my opinion of him. Yeah, so it turned out that Marshall's brother was killed by this Joe Dark guy, which is related to a whole other case, and this case is somehow related to this case. And because everyone involved with that case is also involved in this one, we're trying to prove Lena wrong, but every time we put our foot on the ladder, she comes out and proves that she makes herself more and more sus as time goes on. We have photographic evidence of her attempting to stab someone. We have her testifying on the stand that she forged evidence in this case that happened 2 years ago, where 6 people were killed, including Marshall's brother, which I mean, that gives him a motive. That definitely gives him a clear motive as to why he would want to know the truth, right? And he says he doesn't believe that his brother would be killed by this guy. So that's why he did what he did. The whole faking the evidence, going in the evidence room, knocking out Officer Meekins, disguising as him, stealing his ID card. It's not looking good. It's definitely not looking good. And then it's come out to believe that we can't investigate the guy who owns this 77 ID because they are a high-ranking officer in the police. So who could it possibly be? We know at least 2 other members of the police force. There's Detective Gumshoe, and there's the actual like chief of police himself, which is David Gant. Which is strange, because if it was him, why would he let us investigate the crime scene? He was the one that gave us evidence, or he gave us permission to go investigate. Unless there's somebody else. It might be somebody else. There might be a character we haven't discovered yet. But yeah, it's all coming down to this last person. We're getting close. We have to be getting close. And as you know, there's only 3 days in trials. So we've beat the second one. There's only 1 left. So next week, next Saturday, should be the actual finale of Phoenix Wright. Unless, I swear to God, if they drop like a 6th case on me, I don't even know what to do. I looked it up myself. This should be the last actual case in this game. But man, like all these like old cases keep coming up, right? Like there was the case with Mia's mother, right? Which also got solved. That was the one with Lake Gordy, the one where Edgeworth was framed for being the murderer. It all went back to that case with Mia's mom. He doesn't know about the mysterious and sinister day 4. I don't know if I can take it day 4, man. Like there's been so Like each one of these trials has been almost the length of, like, each of these court sessions has been as long almost as like a whole ass case of like the previous cases, like the original cases, right? Like we were doing those in like a stream and a half. But here we are, almost 6 hours in. And we're not done. Or 2 cases, or 2 streams, 2 long ass streams. Because I went almost 6 hours before too, on the previous part. It just keeps going. It just keeps going, man. So so will next Saturday be the thrilling conclusion of case 5? Well, you'll have to come by next Saturday and find out. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here. We're almost 6 hours in. This shit's crazy. Just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, we've got this mysterious new character who, like, it seems like there was an actual murder in the case offices or the evidence room. But then what about the one but that also doesn't explain the one that happened or supposedly happened in the prosecutor's office. Like who was Lena like who was she trying to kill? Who was she stabbing? It's getting real juicy. It's getting real juicy. But as I said, you'll have to wait till next time. But that will be it for this week. I need to go rest my voice. Holy shit, this game really pushing me to the limit with how much yapping I have to do. Again, sorry about sorry, I didn't address what happened yesterday. I took a break yesterday. So sorry for anyone who was looking forward to Banjo-Tooie. Don't worry, we'll definitely get to it again next week for sure. So you can probably expect a similar schedule to this week again. I'm sorry to anyone who's getting sick of any of these games, but Phoenix Wright should be finished next week, and we're getting pretty close to the end with Banjo-Tooie as well. So. But I mean, that still leaves two spots on the schedule for whatever the heck else. Hope you rested well. I did. I rested. Yeah, I felt pretty good today. I'm gonna use. It could have been better, but I promise I'll with the time off I'll try and get some decent rest, which should start tonight. I mean, it's almost 2 a.m. I gotta grab something to eat, and then I'm gonna try. I promise I'll try my best to go to bed after a bit, after the food digests. So I won't waste any more time. I'll do the streamer thing. Let me plug all the socials. Thank you guys so much for coming to Phoenix Wright. I hope everyone's been enjoying it. I certainly have. I am just as excited as you to see the conclusion next week. So yeah, come stick around next week. Next Saturday. Same time, same everything. But anyways, let me plug the socials so I can get out of here and grab some food. Here's the Twitter. It's a good place to keep up with all things Grim. Keep an eye out for the schedule for next week. It'll probably be about the same structure as this week. Usually post a schedule like a Monday, Tuesday. So follow the Twitter. You should also check out the art tag #Grimpart. If you want to see any of the cool art of yours truly, and you know, I also post pictures of my cat and stuff on there. Me trying to post some funny stuff, post pictures of my cat, food, me trying to be funny, you know, etc., etc. Me trying to appease the social media algorithm. Here's the Discord, another good place to keep up with the stream. You can find the schedule in there, as well as grab the Twitch role so you get notified every time I go live. And it's also just a good place to hang out. We hang out there, we talk about games. We also do some fun stuff, like we do watch-alongs sometimes. We haven't done one in a while. I should probably get to planning one soon. Maybe after we finish Phoenix Wright, you know, that gives us a little bit of room to, it'll give me a little bit of time to think of something, what the next thing we're gonna play is. And then yeah, maybe we'll do a watch along soon. After Phoenix Wright. But yeah, we do fun stuff in there. All kinds of different channels for talking about different stuff. Like we have a gotcha channel where we talk about horse game. You know, there's a general gaming chat, etc., etc. And then here is the YouTube, where I post all the VODs. We got lots of playlists of cool games we've played before, so you should go check out the playlist if you missed anything and you want to check out some of the cool games we've played before. If you're on YouTube and you're watching this, thank you so much for watching, and make sure you hit that like and subscribe button and hit the funny notification bell and all that. So yeah, and to keep up to date with all of the VODs. Uma, yeah. It'll probably be more Uma next week, I'll be honest. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe I won't play Uma next week because there's nothing super exciting going on with Uma right now. Not until like the first week of November or September, because that's when Seiyun Sky drops. Seiyun Sky drops on Saturday, and that's when we'll be playing Phoenix Wright. So who knows? Maybe there won't be a horse game stream next week. Maybe I'll give it a rest. Maybe I'll do something else. I don't know. We'll see. It all depends. But yeah. That's it. That's my spiel. Thank you guys again for coming. Let me open up the Twitch and see who's online. See who we can raid into. I'm already Cozy playing Super Mario Sunshine. I've already raided him this week. I think I have to. Yeah, we rated him for Rise. We rated him not yesterday, but the day before. Oh, who else? There's not a lot of people online. It's kind of late. It's kind of late for me. Maybe we should. Thanks for stream. Thank you guys for coming. Do you guys want to watch Genshin Impact? There's this other smaller streamer who have a cute vampire VTuber who is playing Genshin Impact. Yeah, we raided Cozy already. Let's raid / raid. Let me make sure I write the name correctly. Oh my god, she has such a long name. Hold on. Let me open it up again. Vezelia Rosecross. Please tell me. Okay, yeah. Okay, we're gonna go raid Vezelia. She is a vampire VTuber. I see she plays lots of Genshin. She plays a lot of Genshin. I think she plays Star Rail. She's a big she's a big Hoyoverse fan. So you're playing lots of those kinds of games. We're gonna go hang out with her. I haven't raided her in a while. But yeah, I've been in her streams a couple of times. She's pretty chill. I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of like Genshin. You guys, I mean, I've streamed Genshin before. I've also streamed Star Rail. Hoyo Slop Pilled, yeah. I mean, look, you guys can't talk. All you guys who playing horse game, you guys have no room to judge people who play Hoyo Slop. But that's all I'm saying. We can't all pretend that some gacha games are just better than others, okay? It's all the same, okay? They're all equally trash, okay? Anyway, the raid message is objection. There's your raid message. If you don't have the gremlin emo, you can spend some channel points to unlock it, or you can use whatever emote you want. I'm out of here. I will see you guys next week for more streaming.